Hello, every peoples. How do you the be? Yes. So, Amiga music aside and whatnot, because that's so much related to what I'm actually doing right now. So, yeah, what I'm about to do is we're going to play Super Mario 64 in Dolphin, because why bother playing the game and I'm not being very coherent right now. I apologize. But yeah, instead of using an N64 emulator or whatnot, we're kind of doing an emulation within an emulation, and with that, we're going to play the game in HD and in widescreen. The game wasn't really built for widescreen, but it can adapt well enough. So, okay, let's stop the Amiga music, despite my desperate affinity towards Amiga music. And let's actually pull up the game. Why, yes, there it is. So, oh, hello, stupid. You won't be able to join us at the moment. Yeah, I should be able. We should. This will probably last a while. This will probably last quite a while. So, you very well may be able to come back if you can't stay. But yes, as you can see, there is the Mario head in all of its terrifying glory. So, yeah, let's press start to play. There we go. Yes, gaze into its rage. All right. How many hours? That is unforeseeable how many hours this will take. But yeah, let's start a new file. My goal is to get through as much of the game as possible. Maybe I'll do this in like parts, and like we'll do let's aim for a 120 star run. Yes. But yeah, for instance, the trees and the draw distance. The trees will plop in and out of existence depending on how close we are. I was at a convention a couple weeks ago and bought Rogue Leader Rebel Strike and Treasure Planet on PS2. Nice! Here we go. So, yeah, part of the reason why I'm doing this is I am pretty damn hyped for Super Mario Odyssey. And to clarify, one of the other reasons I'm doing this in Dolphin is because I have my GameCube controllers set up to work with the computer through Dolphin. So yeah, oh, we're already seeing the trees plop in and out of existence. They're magic trees. Alright, go on. Ooh, yep. However, do the shadows remain when the tree... Yes, the shadows remain, but the trees do not. Amazing. So yeah. And, I had this game on the DS and Wii Virtual Console before on the Nintendo 64. So, in a way, I'm kind of more used to playing this game with the GameCube controller. But another thing is, I just prefer the GameCube controller to the N64's controller. But that's kind of more universal than that. I prefer a lot of controllers to the N64's controller. I've always loved how the N64 controller looks, but I've, like, almost always hated using it. It is the coolest piece of crap controller. It's like, I look at the thing, and it's like, oh, nostalgia. Oh, look at that old aesthetic. I love this. But then as soon as I pick it up, oh yeah. Alrighty. But yeah, on the Mario Odyssey note, I actually got the Nintendo Switch opening night. I stayed outside of a Best Buy for like, let's say 4 hours, with Carl, who did the last stream with me, and also has appeared in the Jimmy Neutron review and probably more videos to come. I don't know if I've talked about this idea for a video on stream before or otherwise, but one of the various ideas that I've had for like a series of videos is just kind of covering like video game TV shows or like TV show adaptations of video games. And we have already started like watching them and like taking notes and like riffing on them. We watched one afternoon the original Hanna-Barbera Pac-Man cartoon, which actually surprised me in just how much fun it is to riff. And then we watched an episode of Ghostly Adventures. I showed a few other segments from that show, and then we watched The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and then our minds broke and we could not continue. Like it was like our brains were completely like destroyed after that. Like, I've never taken the whole watching TV will like melt your brain or whatnot argument seriously, not even when I was a kid, but that show will do it. Hang on, what's this? Before actually mistaken Mario 64 for Mario 3, I tried correcting it, but he accused me of being a Mario fanboy, even though it's common knowledge. What kind of games is he into? If it takes too long or whatnot, yeah, because you have established that you have to get going, so yeah, I won't hold you. Alright. But yeah, we were both very excited for the launch of the Switch. And so, kind of going back to the story that I was kind of going on before I went off on a completely different tangent, because I never do that. I totally never do that. Oh my, I'm definitely not notorious for doing exactly that. My allergies are kind of bothering me, so please excuse any the wheezing and the hacking and hey. But yeah, we were very excited for the console or whatnot. The minute it was like the presentation in January, I started saving up money right then and there. I was actually kind of amazed I was able to get it that, like, I was able to raise that much money that quickly, but part of that was definitely because of I had a surplus of Best Buy gift cards. So the night of the launch and whatnot, we like cross-referenced our class schedules and whatnot. Then we arranged that after Carl got off his class, because our school is actually kind of divided by two completely different campuses, and they're like an exit apart on the highway. It's kind of bizarre. You have to take a bus to get to certain classes and whatnot. So with that, we kind of figured out that I would be on the other end of I'd be on the other campus, which was on the way to the Best Buy anyway, or like the regular shopping district where there'd be more places to get the Switch. So we kind of decided, okay, come to me or whatnot. Like, basically, when you get out of classes, I'll be waiting on the other campus, then we'll drive over to Best Buy. He picks me up, and then we go near Best Buy, and there's like a huge line. And we were, well, it wasn't like huge, but it was substantial. And this, to clarify, this was 8 o'clock. And so we were just like, oh, maybe we should look at some of the other places nearby. So then we drive around, then we see a GameStop, and there's only like 4 people outside. And we're like, oh, hot dog, yeah. Well, we didn't say hot dog, but we were like, all right, let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's get ready. And then as we're sitting down, like after like a solid few seconds, they're just kind of like the people sitting down are just like, you're waiting for the Switch, aren't you? And then we're like, yeah. And they're like, you do realize there's only like 4 units inside. And again, there were like that many people, maybe even a little more. Don't remember the exact number. I think it was like either 4 or 6. Either way, like it was just like, oh crap. So we go to Walmart because there was a Walmart like right next to the GameStop. Ooh, there's the allergies again. Why did I go all the way over here? What the hell? These games are fun to wander around in anyway. It's part of the reason why I really like this subgenre of the 3D platformer in particular is you don't even have to really be doing anything to incite progress in order to have fun. You could kind of just goof off and still keep yourself entertained. But yeah, we were... Ooh, I apologize. We stopped by the Walmart. Then they said that they wouldn't actually start selling them until 7 o'clock in the morning. And this was also on a school night. So we were just kind of like, again, like, oh crap. So, and of course I land headfirst into that. So we kind of just hedged our bets, or whatever term you wanted to use. We basically just went back to the Best Buy, got in line, and we were just like worried basically the entire time if we would be able to get one. But oddly enough, one of the employees actually who was off shift of that Best Buy. He was in line. Yeah, and he was like engulfed in a sea of blankets, basically. He was far more prepared for the cold weather than pretty much anyone else. Especially us. So, and he said, "Don't worry, I work here. We have plenty. You're all going to have one." And again, we're just like, oh, phew. But even then, at least I didn't take that as a given. I was kind of skeptical to a degree, because that's just how my mind operates. So, and yeah, it was really, really cold. To clarify, I'm resided in the northeast of the country. So, with that, yeah, it gets cold. So, with that... Wait, I'm not paying attention, are I? Am I? Wait. Fuck it. We're doing the slide. Perhaps I will pay more attention to the slide. That's kind of another thing. I can to a degree, play this game and I really mean semi-confidently without paying too much attention because I've gone through it so many times because I really do love this game. But yeah, so we were outside. It was really, really cold. And basically, I don't know how this differs for for people elsewhere or whatnot, but basically where I've been and whatnot, spring kind of forgot to happen. It was basically winter all the way up until like mid-April, and then we got kind of a hyper spring that like all of spring was kind of condensed into like a couple weeks, which also means it's been all the more hell on allergies. But yeah, I was wearing, I believe, 2 sweatshirts under a winter jacket. I was still cold. And eventually, like, especially the hands were cold. So eventually, someone came out and she started giving out, I think she worked for them at Best Buy. I'm not completely sure. But basically, a woman came out and she started handing out hand warmers. And we were bored to the point at that point, because again, most of what we were doing was, again, just like sitting outside in the cold for several hours on end, waiting to get in. I mean, Carl did bring his laptop out. We started playing Pac-Man Roll 2 sped up. That's kind of where the idea to do that stream came from, is we basically already had little experiments doing it. So yeah, but yeah, we were so bored that I started reading the instructions for the hand warmers, because, well, they came in like little plastic wrapping with instructions on the back. I started reading the instructions in the voices of different Sonic characters. It was actually really, really stupid, but I was that bored. Well, I shouldn't say bored. It was kind of a bizarre mix of extreme excitement and extreme boredom. It's that kind of weird state between, like, extreme anticipation and extreme boredom, waiting for the moment of anticipation to occur. Alright. The other coin is on the island. I think I have all the others. So let us get that last coin. Alrighty. Huh, the stream health seems to be pretty bad for some reason. Yeah, when I get that star, please land in the... Thank God. Okay. Video output low. Okay. Sorry about that. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What the balls? Hang on a second. My apologies. Actually, wait. What am I doing? That would actually make the problem even worse if I start going back into the settings, but I kind of don't understand the source of the problem. But yeah, so I think the next one is the wings to the sky, but I can't do that yet. So yeah, I'll free the chain chomp. Stream is healthy. Stream health is excellent. Whoa! Now it's bad. Video output is low. What's happening? I would think the video output is pretty consistent. It's almost like I'm playing a 3D game with pretty consistent movement. I don't get the causation relationship here. Alright. Move out of the way. Time to ground pound. Shit. Okay, do what? We're gonna do it speedy and get hit anyway. There we go. Maybe... Perhaps... it'll change between levels? The stream health, but... I don't remember it being that much of an issue prior streams. So, aside from the one where we were actually doing it on the college Wi-Fi, which probably didn't help things. So... Actually, we already started doing the slide. Let's get the other star over there. Oh. Good. Stream is healthy. Mario is not. I do not understand the relationship here. So yeah. You know what? After I get this star, I'm just going to pull up my other chair. It'll creak less. And thus it'll probably be less annoying to watch. Fuck, I missed it by a second. So, yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to switch out to the chairs. Ooh, this one's much more comfy anyway. So. There we go. Ooh, that's nice. So yeah, let's try that again. This time in the comfy chair. Yes. Yes. More and more people are coming to say hi. But I'm very glad that this kind of 3D platformer is coming back, at least for this year's lineup. I hope it continues. I don't exactly expect it to, though. Alright, come on. Come on, fuck. I don't know why I'm doing so badly. I'm normally a lot better. Okay. Let's try that one more time, or we're going to save it for later. We'll do one of the other levels. Anyone here hyped for Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces? Yeah, pretty much for both. Like with Sonic Mania, I'm not, I'm more interested in the newer zones like Studiopolis, whatnot. I'm not as excited to go back to Green Hill Zone again. And yes. Good. Okay. I mean, granted, we got the star already, but I find it I've always found it funny to have both stars just there. But yeah, I'm less interested in Green Hill Zone again. I mean, they're changing it up enough in Mania, which is more than I can say for what they showed in Forces. I forget which. I remember I saw like some like animated short or whatnot, or I guess I forget exactly where this was from, but it was on the topic of Sonic Heroes, and they were at Seaside Hill, and they're like making fun of the Green Hill Zone aesthetic, like claiming like it was like, can you stop? Like, this is the look that Sega goes for whenever they want money. But yeah, Studiopolis looks very fun and whatnot. Hell, I'm even kind of looking forward to Flying Battery again. Probably because that's been done less. But with Sonic Forces in general, like Green Hill Zone notwithstanding, this time with sand. Whoa, so different. So yeah. Aside from that, I'm invested. I mean, at first I was like worried about the wisps because again they've kind of done that. Like it was fun enough in colors, but Lost World kind of gave off the impression we don't know what to do with these anymore, or like they still had ideas for them, but it was just kind of like they kind of got what mileage was left out of them there. At first I was kind of, so yeah, when it was showed to Wisps, I was kind of like amongst the crowd in that sense. But seeing how, with the new character reveal, or the custom character reveal, and how the Wisps fuel their weapons, I was like, okay, no, that's something new, and it, therefore their inclusion helps unify the experience. All right, I'm for that. Probably for kicks, I'll make the custom character Jazz Jackrabbit or something. I mean, there's the flamethrower. That would work. What's going on about Pac-Man World: The Return of Spooky? Yeah, so I've kind of put that on hold or whatnot. Ooh, excuse me. Until I could, because I have another game in production right now. I'm trying to finish that. I'm actually very close to doing it. I have been for a few years. I've been making a 2D platformer in the vein, or like inspired by the Turrican series, which is my favorite series of platformers, with my own twists on everything. And I was doing it in Game Maker 8, which started to backfire because what I was doing with it, basically the game was not, basically the engine was not built to handle what I was doing with it. I was doing really damn crazy things with that engine. Basically, as the development went on, one of the things that was slowed the development of that game down so much was I put way too much strain on the engine. Basically, I was really worried about adding more and more like assets and like levels and whatnot, because like everything, like it felt like a Jenga tower about to fall over. It didn't help that, because I started actually working on this game with some friends in my late high school days. And that's part of why I chose Game Maker, was because, for instance, I have some cursory programming knowledge. One of my friends, Chris, who was working on this with us, he's by far the most competent programmer. He can actually program or whatnot competently. However, Ryan could not. So, if you wanted to join on the project to a greater extent, it would have been harder to do so for him otherwise. So it was in part to kind of make it all easy for all of us to chip in, but over time it kind of became more and more just me, which is probably for the better, because it just became really stressful to work with, because, again, given what the engine was built to handle, it was really overambitious. So recently, I ported the game over to Game Maker Studio, and that's been working out much better. It was hell to port over, because with basically with porting games from Game Maker 8 to Studio, the more complex the game, the harder it is to port. And again, this game that I've been making was basically breaking. It was so complex, it was breaking Game Maker 8. Like, Game Maker 8 couldn't handle it, that's why I was porting it over. So, yeah, that happened. And that also happened. Great, Mario can fly. Even without wings. Even without wings, I can still fly. Hoo-hoo. So yeah, the development has been speeding up like crazy. So I'm hoping that's part of why I haven't been making videos lately, is because I've wanted to put all of my attention to finishing this damn game I've been working on for so many years. And it's turning out really good, too. I'm really happy with it so far. But yeah, so with Pac-Man World: The Return of Spooky, I've been kind of saving working on it until after I'm done with that. Again, if I've been kind of putting off videos because they're too much time, yeah, putting off I'm going to put off an entirely separate game after that. So, originally the plan was to do it in Unity. However, Unity is a bit, like one of the challenges with easier to use engines is because they're made to be simpler to use. They're slower. Basically, because there's extra things computing to make things simpler to use on the developer end. Yeah, that's going to be happening. It takes more CPU and graphics power to do less than what you would if you were to do something else. Something more traditional, where you'd actually use more coding instead of relying on some of these like simplifications. So I might try out see how well Unreal works. However, I might just end up using the base framework that I have, like a revised version of the framework I have for Jack Razor and whatnot, and make it a side-scroller. I might just do that, or like an isometric kind of thing, like the GBA version or whatnot of the original. However, but yeah, at this point it's really just been conceptual stuff. I'd love to start working on it, but I need to finish this other game first. I know that was a long-winded answer, but that's the answer I have. Okay. I have made more music and whatnot that I could show. Like I did a space theme that may or may not have incorporated a pretty familiar melody to those who have played the Pac-Man World games. Wink, wink. No, I would say there. For the most part, it's an original composition for the theme or whatnot, but there are some pretty far out things about it. It's thanks to Nintendo and COD fanboys, the Sonic series is heavily bashed for no reason. I don't know if it's that simple, but yeah, the Sonic series is pretty overhated. I think part of it is it's become cool to hate, especially with the likes of Aaron from Game Grumps and whatnot. That was just too obvious. Oh, yes! I'd say it's more of the fan base constantly arguing with each other about what's best for Sonic. Believe it or not, there's even an argument which Sonic design is better. Oh yeah, no, that's totally part of it. No, I wholly agree with that. Yeah, it's okay. Now we're alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. So yeah, I just remembered. I have cough drops, so I'm using them. So hopefully, I won't be as annoying to listen to. At least as far as interference-wise. Otherwise, when it comes to me speaking and my thoughts and whatnot, I'm still just as annoying as ever. But yeah, so... just clearing my throat. Okay. Oop. It's also one other thing that's interesting to me about the discourse around Sonic and whatnot, especially the 3D games, is something I've noticed, again, as more of a casual fan of the series, is the reputation of the adventure games and how it shifts. Basically, whenever there's, like, the discourse is almost never based on, like, the causality of it is hardly ever based on the actual quality of the games or whatnot. It's more so dependent on how well received or whatnot the newest Sonic game is. Like, basically, when there's a good new 3D Sonic game out, like Generations or whatnot, people go back and praise the adventure games or whatnot. Oh, we were too hard on these. Oh, whatnot, blah, 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 blah. And then when something like then Lost World came out, and then we were just like, okay, yeah, these games are kind of overrated. And then Sonic Boom comes out, all 3D Sonic games are terrible, especially the adventure games. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, assuming Forces does well, the Discord, like the opinion surrounding the adventure games changes back once again. It's kind of bizarre. Fall into the caged island. Okay, let's actually follow through with that instead of wandering around and dying. Oh, but wandering around and dying is so much fun. Wow. Okay, let's fall into that cage. Squadala, we're off. Okay. Come on, camera. Work with me. Ooh! Picked up some speed right there. Okay, I guess I have to wait for our owly friend to come back. There you are. There we go. Alright, maybe switch to the Mario cam. Maybe that will help. Not so much. Oh my god! I love this camera. This game has the best camera. Yeah, the camera is kind of, like, of course it was an earlier example of this being done, so I excuse it in that sense. But that is probably the one thing I will say has not aged that well about this game is the camera. Not because there's too much control over it or whatnot, or requires too much control. No, it's because it's too stiff. It's so restrictive. I've never been a fan of the C button camera where it's kind of like you press it once and it switches to another angle, especially when it locks into place and there's not much of a reason for it. Yeah, that's always been my issue with this game. Like, I kind of see where they're going for it. I kind of see where the whole concept of the C buttons having the predetermined locations, but, yeah. I kind of preferred Rayman 2's approach of sticking to N64 platformers, where it was more gradual. I don't like, yeah, I like having more in-between control, instead of, you're at this angle, or you're at this angle, or this angle. You can't move. Like, I don't see why I can't adjust it further. And I've played this game a lot, so... I mean, you kind of get the feel for it over time, but... yeah. It doesn't get in the way of the game too much. But I will say there have been better 3D platformer cameras before. That was one of the things that kind of confused me when Yooka-Laylee came out and people like, oh, Banjo-Kazooie's, like, it's aged so much better, it's so good. It's so good. It's aged perfectly. Yooka-Laylee's the worst. It's the worst one. The camera's terrible. Oh, whatnot. If anything, the camera's a million times better in Yooka-Laylee. All right, blast away at the wall. Yeah. Granted, I don't have Yooka-Laylee, but I have played it for substantial periods of time, like quite a few hours at a friend's house. Or, no, not a friend's house, his dorm room. And the only issue I had with the camera there, the only time I ever had an issue with the camera in that game was the stupid ramp boss. Fuck that ramp boss, by the way. Otherwise, I was totally fine. Like, alrighty, come on. Do you want? I'll just come the other way. And because this is the internet, that totally won't be used out of context and in horrifying ways. Okay. Okay. I don't know, maybe it was part of because I wasn't particularly that hyped about Yooka-Laylee. I was still like, yay, more 3D platformers are coming out or whatnot. I'll play it when it comes out. But beyond that, I wasn't like, oh, I need this in my life. Because I wasn't quite in that mindset. I wasn't disappointed. If anything, I kind of got exactly what I wanted. Like, it's not like the gold standard 3D platformer. I wouldn't say it's this. I wouldn't say it's Jack and Daxter, the precursor legacy, or some of the other great collect-a-thons. But it's definitely a good one. I will say that. I haven't played it all the way through, but I've played quite a bit of it, and I really enjoyed what I played. At this point, I'm kind of waiting for it to come out either on the Switch, or it depends on how long I'll end up having to wait, and how well it runs, and how good the Switch version is. If it's too long, or the Switch version isn't that good, I will just get it on PC, because my PC can handle it. But yeah, no, again, so far, I really like the Switch. I gravely underestimated its portability, and I was already kind of like, oh, cool, I could take the games on the go, but I was expecting it to be much more short-lived. Okay, how am I going to get these out? Okay. Come on! Yes! Yeah, and kind of on the Yooka-Laylee now, I guess in part, I was kind of already expecting some of the problems that had to be there, mainly because I don't really view the original to be that godly or whatnot. Like, I like the charm and the aesthetic and, like, the musical styles of one of the rare 3D platformers on the N64. And granted, out of the three, that being Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and Donkey Kong 64, whatnot, I have, like, I can't really speak for Banjo-Tooie because I don't have it. I kind of want to beat Banjo-Kazooie first before moving on to Banjo-Tooie. But, at least for Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong 64, heavier on Donkey Kong 64's end, I don't think either game has aged amazingly. Like, they're definitely good games. This time more heavily on Banjo-Kazooie's case. With Donkey Kong 64, it's kind of hard to say sometimes, depending on what you're talking about and your standards. Yeah, like, and it kind of pains me to say that because Donkey Kong 64 was actually the first 3D platformer I have ever played. So there's a lot of nostalgic appeal there, but yeah, it hasn't aged the best. Really, like, I very much prefer 6th gen platformers to 5th gen 3D platformers. Like with like a lot of the best like 6th gen platformers, like basically everything that made games like this good were retained and brought to a whole new scale, and they were more polished, they were more refined, and whatnot. Like, you can talk about, like people have complained about, like, say, Pac-Man World 2's camera, but, again, maybe in part, if you grow up with the games, it's easier to accept. But I never had that much of an issue with them, even when I was a kid, and again, my friends who most certainly didn't have that game have expressed similar sentiments. Whereas, inversely, yeah, with some of the 5th gen platformers, it's and whatnot. Shit. But yeah, with Yooka-Laylee, I want to wrap up on this note, because, again, there's only so much I can say about it, other than, it's good. If you like collect-a-thon platformers, try it out. You'll probably like it, or at least get a kick out of it. I feel like a lot of the initial backlash was, like, out of things that were kind of external factors that weren't exactly Platonic's fault or whatnot. I feel that for a time it just was, at least initially, one of those cool-to-hate things. Even though there wasn't much backing for that. The Kickstarter was handled pretty responsibly. And whatnot. Like, the cancellation of the Wii U version and whatnot, they gave notice. They did everything they could. It's... yeah, I mean, if people are having questions about how well it's going to run on the Switch, you could only imagine trying to make the game... If that's the case, if people are wondering or worrying about how well that's going to work, yeah, imagine trying to port it over to a console with half the power of it. Yeah, if anything, porting it over the Switch makes more sense. And, again, they gave the backers due notice. They, and whatnot. And with the Xbox One performance issues initially or whatnot, it was... not only was there a patch released before launch that addressed it, but in part it was established to have been, in part due to, like, some of the reviewers whatnot overly using the Xbox One suspend mode, which negatively impacted the performance of the game. There was nothing Team 17... There were not. So it wasn't so much a matter of Team 17's incompetence, it was more so a matter of people not turning off their Xboxes. Though it's kind of bizarre that's even an issue to that same extent as it is with the Xbox One. Or whatnot. And with the removal of a JonTron thing, again, there's... like, a lot of people were, of course, because it's the internet, we're kind of going on the, oh, this is an example of how the feminazis are taking over gaming, ooh, or whatnot. But, really, this isn't, like... Again, people were taking the whole, this is all about political correctness or whatnot. No, this is all Tumblr's fault. This is whatnot. This sort of thing has existed since media itself began. like that kind of practice or whatnot, like someone attached to the project saying something controversial and then being removed, that has happened so many times throughout the history of media that I'm actually kind of amazed people kind of went down that route. Like, and like again, like, oh, I mean, like some people were kind of going on the like or whatnot. It's the fact that they didn't respect his opinion or whatnot. Again, if he said something along the lines of like, oh, I'm a Republican or I'm independent or whatnot, or he's just stayed like a political party or whatnot, then I would kind of be in that boat. I'd be kind of like, yeah, removing him because of that would be stupid. But but he didn't say that. That's not what he was removed for. He said something. I'm not going to go into what he said or try to like correct it, or like I'm not going to try to do it, but basically, yeah, no, the statement he made was controversial. But, and what people, again, one of the reason, and when people attached to the projects make controversial statements, the reason why so often they're removed is because of the company's public image or whatnot. It's like when you are like signing on to a project or whatnot, you represent the company. That's how these things work. All right, where are the other coins? Or did the star already come out? Hang on, how many stars? Yeah, I should already have the... Yeah, there's the star, okay. What... And... What interests me about the whole debacle is less so a matter of, the stereotypical, 4chan, SJW debate. That's not what interests me so much about this. It's more so the matter of... like, when you really think about it, internet culture and business culture are so incompatible. It's actually kind of amazing. And hell, this isn't even the first time that this sort of thing has happened with internet culture. Like with the, like when Machinima had the whole Levi jeans promotion or whatnot, and then this is when like when PewDiePie started getting really popular and whatnot. And then Levi's jeans see who they're promoting or whatnot, and he's making all these rape jokes, so they drop the promotion with the Machinima. And like you see all this, you see this happen like again, like not just online videos, not just video games, but movies, theme parks, and like it happens all over the place, and it's been happening again since media itself. So I kind of, yeah, there's kind of a disconnect. Again, maybe it's because I come from a perspective that's kind of more involved with media and media production and whatnot in various facets. But yeah. And then when you actually see what actually was cut, it's kind of like I kind of feel embarrassed for the people who got that upset over it. It's, yeah. Alright, so let's get this star from this fish, or this eel. This underwater creature of sorts. And I didn't get hit by the tail that time. Huzzah. Because no, I always get tripped up on that tail for some reason. Okay. Come on. One thing I will say that's better about this game than Sunshine, that I feel the underwater controls are a lot better in this. which is kind of funny considering how heavily that game revolves around water. Not so much as far as movement goes. I feel both handle it fine, but more so on as far as elevation. Yeah. How... I just feel like I'm in far more control, and even the camera when swimming, for the most part, actually kind of works. I don't think the outcome is too surprising in most of these cases, and even he knew he was playing with fire. Yeah. And again, like, when you make money off of doing YouTube videos and whatnot, you're largely your own boss, unless you like unless you're doing videos for like Channel Awesome or some other source of media, unless you started up yourself. And I think he does stuff for Normal Boots, or at least did, or whatnot. I don't keep up with his stuff, because I don't find his stuff all that funny or informative. Like, when he's funny, he is funny. But, again, I've never been a bit big of a fan of him. Or whatnot. So, yeah, that's the reason why I haven't really kept up all that much. And then, it's hard to. There are some videos he's done that I've really liked, and others that I haven't. Though I think part of that is one of his writers is Psychic Pebbles. And if you don't remember who Psychic Pebbles is, he did all these really, really funny animations, whatnot. So, yeah. But yeah, when you're doing content online and you're making money off of it, typically you're your own boss. You're in more control of yourself or whatnot. So when it comes to accountability, you kind of only have to worry about yourself. So it's kind of easier to kind of go on limbs and, like, play with fire. It's easier to play with fire. In fact, if anything, internet culture, it almost promotes, I guess kind of the interesting shift, or, like, the verge between the two cultures, whether it be business or, like, and again, like, part of it is, like, I've been, part of the YouTube scene or whatnot since, pretty much it began. I started in, like, 2007. I've been doing stuff for YouTube for 10 years, so I've kind of, seen it this whole time. And in the beginning or whatnot, it was all just for fun. It was, like, doing YouTube videos, it's all just been, like, it was all just stupid fun. Doing YouTube poops and, like, all this other stuff, and doing really bad, angry reviews and whatnot. Like, the video content was bad. It was stupid. But we had fun doing it. But, yeah, we were more or less... Ooh, ooh, ooh! Yes! Haha! Internet culture kind of, like, resided in its own realm. It didn't really... It felt very much removed from the rest of our lives. However, like, when the 2010s came around, more and more people started making incomes and whatnot based off of making stuff on YouTube and whatnot. And that's when this whole, like, business culture started coming together with YouTube or whatnot. And again, they're just so incompatible. So it's kind of odd seeing the two try to... It's odd and interesting seeing when the two try to come together. Like, so much responsibility is enforced on you when you're working for someone. so much responsibility is enforced. However, again, when you're doing stuff online, the main thing that you're responding to is internet culture, and internet culture almost encourages irresponsibility. So in a sense, they couldn't be further apart. There used to be a lot more separation between the internet and real life. Yeah, exactly. And like sometimes, like, I see like people, and again, like, things are getting like so ridiculously like, we're kind of tying politics to things that really don't need to be. Basically, like, we're kind of seeing shadows in places where they aren't, I feel, in some cases. Again, I'm kind of starting to go into touchy territory, so I'll only go so far. But basically, there used to be a saying, don't talk about politics and religion on the internet. And even from the beginning, I saw wisdom in that. Because, yeah, that's not... there are places to talk about that stuff. The internet is typically not it. And while discussion about on the internet has allowed for people with different views or whatnot, has allowed for more niche perspectives to come out and be more vocal, that also has had its consequences. And when you add internet groupthink into the mix, yeah, it gets ugly. And again, it's gotten to the point now where not only is it leaking back into reality, leaking out of the internet and actually having consequences on our daily lives and whatnot, but yeah, like, it's like, we talk about it way too much. It's not just a matter that we're talking about it way too much. Like there was like one time I was like looking up the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack, like the original, like the Super Nintendo game or whatnot, and I saw like this really like, the first comment I see is like this really bitter, just like really just like terrible, like homicide encouraging like post, like it was basically like encouraging to kill people of minorities. I'm just like staring in horror at my computer screen, and meanwhile this music is playing in the background. Do 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 do. It was like, why are you talking about that here? Let alone at all. Like, what? It was such a bizarre contrast because it had nothing to do with anything. What? A lot of people have fallen into the trap of making politics a part of their identity. Yeah, exactly. And when you do that, there comes a point where you don't want to... There comes a point when you let that consume you and whatnot, where if people in the cause that you believe in or whatnot start doing bad things or whatnot, you don't want to call them out on it, because like that you view yourself as part of the group and whatnot, and there comes a point where it stops being a matter of, like, I don't know how to put this, but yeah, there comes a point where it stops being a matter of, like, basically there comes a point where it becomes a matter of pride. where it becomes a matter of pride instead of honesty or good intentions. It's a matter of preserving pride before anything else. And that's kind of why I kind of choose to not really directly affiliate myself. I try to listen to everyone. I try to observe first, listen second, and when I listen, I try to listen to everyone. I try to cross-compare. I try to do everything I can to get a sense of what's actually happening before I say a goddamn thing. And again, I could be taking the high road, like, oh yeah, I do all these great things with this. I'm so well educated. I'm not. But I kind of get, like, people don't always have the time or whatnot to go that in depth or whatnot. And it becomes very easy to, like, oversimplify complex issues. Alright, there we go. Am I going faster now? No. I'll just continuously jump. Jumping is fun. Ugh. I kind of lost my train of thought there. Okay. Maybe it's just a matter... Maybe it's... better to just talk about more pleasant topics anyway. Because, again, that's part of the reason why I play video games, is to it's like, okay, there's all this nonsense happening. I just want to enjoy my life. Alrighty. Alrighty. So yeah, actually, one thing that I've been meaning to talk about this whole time, but I never really got a chance to because I got sidetracked with so many different things, is Mario Odyssey. And the various reasons in which I'm excited for that. And I'd very much like to hear your guys' reasons for being excited for it. But yeah, one reason I guess I'll start with is one of the more obvious ones is, for me, I like games that, again, not only give you freedom to the extent in which you feel like you're part, you're kind of plopped into you're not, like, constrained to, like, oh, go do this or whatnot. You feel like you've been plopped into a different world and you could just go around, interact, and, like, explore and, like, just have fun in this world. I like... So... And that's one of the things I've always liked about collect-a-thons is... They don't even have to be that complex to do that, but they can do it. They can do it really well. Like, I definitely say... Sometimes it's not even collecting that's the most fun part of these games. It's just, like you can kind of just do whatever you want. Like, one of the things I used to do all the time as a kid with some of the games I played, including collect-a-thons and whatnot, is I would just kind of make my own adventures. I would... whatnot. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm really happy to see this kind of game returning. Even if it ends up being for just this year, I'm happy to see it. And another thing is, like, some of the attention to detail, primarily with the enemies, like how like, depending on what environment they're in, like, they have, like, different little accessories and, like, outfits and whatnot. I really love it when games do that. I loved it with the walker enemies in the Turrican games. I've loved just how many different ideas they could come up with. Like, give, like, them, like flippers, scuba gear, little umbrellas, little propeller hats when they're flying. Like, I always loved that sort of thing, and especially in the Pac-Man world games, and that's kind of how the execution of what was shown with it in Odyssey, that's what it kind of reminds me of the most. How, like, in the, like, near, like, construction yards, like, you see Goombas with, like, construction gear, like, construction helmets, like, hard hats. And how in, like, the food world, like Hammer Brothers are, like, I think they're throwing skillets, and, like, they're, like, having, they have little chef's hats. Again, like, just, like, little touches like that I've always loved in those kind of games. Oh Jesus! Okay. I need one more. The question is, where is that one more? I've only been paying half attention because I'm also paying attention on talking. Okay. Yes, my friend. Where? Okay, is there a coin on top of that? No, there isn't. Because I remember there's a coin here, but I think I already got it. No, I didn't. There it is. There's the last one. And, like, with the environment choices and whatnot, like, when New Donk City was first revealed, I was confused and, like, baffled a little bit. But, like, wow, this is bizarre. This is surreal. And then it, like, hit me. Oh my god. This is different. Yes. But also, like, the forest and, like, oh my god, like, whatnot. Like, some of the, like, the forest level just looks incredible. Can't wait to explore that. Yes, Ryan, I am paying attention to you. Well, Snowman's lost his head. Oh my god, I hate this. This has always driven me insane. Alright, let's see if my rage breaks. Ooh! Oh, Jesus! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no, 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 no! No, no! Get up! Oh, fuck. Whoa! Gain too much momentum! Chili dogs! I think that's the worst Sonic impression that I've done in a while. I guess that's what allergies will do to you. And your ability to go fast. Any advice for the penguin race level? Not really, other than get good. I don't know, I've never had that much of an issue with the penguin race level. What I've had an issue with is this level. Not that the objective is bad or anything, or I've just always had so much issue completing this one. That's the way I should put it. It's not that this level's bad, it's that I've always been shit at it. Okay. Come on. Whoa. Oh! That's what always happens. I'm just gonna let myself die. So much for planned death. Do I? No, I can fix this. Alright, let's try it one more time. Then, we're just putting this to the wayside, at least for now. I haven't completely made up my mind on whether or not I want to do a 120 run, but still. Okay, come on now. Come on. No, don't get caught on the low geometry! Oh, this level. Wait, no, maybe if I get down there... Oh, wait, no, I forgot. It doesn't work like that. Unless it does. Come on. Beat it? No, just... Oh. I'm over here, but I wouldn't get you because you're blind. Why should I expect the snowman body to follow me? That's not the part with the eyes. What do you think Namco could do for a new Pac-Man game? It's, hard to say because the series can be so inconsistent. Like, you can never guess what Namco is going to do with Pac-Man. Like, ever. Like, hell, like with the Pac-Man World retrospective or whatnot. Oh, I don't think they're ever going to make another Pac-Man platformer again. And then they do. Like, they announce it just a few months later. Or whatnot. It's not Pac-Man Worlds, but it was something. And yet no one appreciated that. No one appreciated. They kind of booted it out of existence, and now we probably won't get any more. I really want there to be another World game, but I think it's about as likely to happen as another Klonoa at this point. Namco just kind of... I think ever since the merger, ever since the Bandai merger, like, they've just kind of closed themselves off. They don't really pay much respect to their old franchises anymore, outside of, like, the odd Namco Museum collection or whatnot. Like, they'll just kind of keep the attention to, like, the original games. Like, that's the only thing you could count on, is them porting, like, the original Pac-Man to everything. But other than that, yeah. That's kind of why when Ghostly Adventures was more of a thing, I kind of savored it, and there we fucking go. Awesome. Was because I kind of recognize... I don't feel a lot of people recognize this. Because people were really motivated and active to try to get rid of Ghostly Adventures or whatnot, and so they'd bring Pac-Man World back. But getting rid of Ghostly Adventures, just because that's going to go away, doesn't mean World is going to come back. Especially when the last direct Pac-Man World game didn't do as amazingly as World 2 or World 1. At this point, what I expect out of Namco Bandai is they'll make more anime games, because that's all they care about anymore. That's kind of why I say savored Ghostly Adventures while it was happening. It kind of gave me the feeling that Namco actually cared about Pac-Man again. I think the best shot for a Pac-Man World sequel would be if a third-party company steps in and proposes it to them and are able to do it without that needing that much money. I think that's the only way it's going to happen. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, wait, I remembered a little trick for this. Hang on. Alrighty. However, it might not be that... They might be more willing to do it if 3D platformers do start to take off more and more, and they see it as profitable to do it. Like, hey, we have this IP that, like, Pac-Man World 1 and 2, those were successful. Alrighty. Well, the course says not Blitz. Well, Blitz couldn't do it because they're out of business. And also, like, I actually feel really bad for the Oliver twins or whatnot. Basically, the founders of Blitz Games and whatnot are very, very accomplished, very talented people. Like in the, like, Spectrum days and whatnot, like, I mean, they've always done budget games, but they were, like, one of the people who could really show, like, some of their, like, budget games, like, could be, like, especially in the Spectrum days, could be mistaken for, like, the cream of the crop, top tier, like, high budget releases, because they were talented enough to pull that off. And like that was like that was, I think, one of the reasons why the Dizzy games took off the way they did, was because, like, oh my god, this game is like this big, this like animated, and oh my god, this is amazing, but it's only like, it's not that expensive, and whatnot. I feel probably the corporate, basically how the discourse of making video games changed. It hurt a lot of people, but I think it complicated the process for them. And I mean, under Blitz Games, they did, like, basically with Blitz Games, you never really know how good or how bad it's going to be. Because they have made good stuff. They have made good games, they have made bad games. That's how I could put it. They're like a box of chocolates. But they had good people working there and whatnot. So whenever I watch the Pac-Man World 3 review or whatnot, and I'm like, oh, here's the games they're infamous for, I'm just like, no, fuck you, that's a cheap shot. Fuck you, me. Yeah, because I don't really like making fun of game developers. That has never sat well with me, and for some reason, I've done it, and I always felt dirty about it afterwards. To some degree, with publishers or whatnot, it can be a bit more understandable. But with developers, like, somewhere at bare minimum, they just, like, there's this desire to make, there's some desire to make a good game there. Like, they genuinely just want the player to have a good time to some degree. Even, like, with games that go wrong or whatnot, either whether it be from inexperience or external circumstances. And if you want a prime example of external circumstances, look at Pac-Man World 3. I haven't heard the full story about that game and what happened behind the scenes, but what I have heard, yeah, I'm actually kind of amazed they actually got the game released. Oh, right, I'm not collecting red coins yet. I'm hunting ghosts. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. 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 Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Some mobile games like Pac-Man Pop has some little references to World 2. Yeah, no, I've appreciated that. I think that's kind of cool, but that's also not the same as them making... I'm not going to get too excited about that, especially because a lot of the mobile games are outsourced. So that could have been out of the developer or whoever made Pac-Man Pop. Yeah, not necessarily Namco themselves. In fact, I shouldn't be too harsh on Namco either. But it's kind of easy to as a fan of Pac-Man or whatnot. Making good games are hard. Making games is hard in general. I feel that if you want to critique games or whatnot, if you want to really dive into like video game reviewing or whatnot, my primary recommendation would be to try making a game first. Okay. I'm amazed that I'm taking as long as I am with this. Usually I'm done a lot quicker, but then again I'm kind of dividing up my attention more. So yeah. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. No ghost in here. There's probably just one more left or something like that, but we'll find out. Okay. Yeah, not over here. Yeah, okay. And that's probably the last one before the big one comes in. Yep, here we go. Master Mischief, the big boo, haha. But yeah, one thing that I'm actually kind of surprised I haven't talked about yet, the return of Factor 5. I mean, granted, we don't really know quite the scale yet, but it's been announced they're back, which is kind of crazy for me to think about. Because at this point, like, it's been, like, what, like 8 years since they closed down? Like, at this point, I'm used to them. I'm used to the idea of them being dead by now. So the idea, just the very concept of, like, the potential of their, like, an E3 event or something, or, like, seeing a trailer for an upcoming game and just seeing that logo appear before it, just, that gets me excited. And unfortunately, the sources where this is, like, established more in detail are podcasts with Julian Egebrecht himself that are in German. And the only problem with that is I'm a monolingual idiot. Well, I mean, that's not entirely true. I can speak really bad French. One of my friends, I was hanging out with one of my friends and her boyfriend, and her boyfriend was French Canadian. On one hand, I'm half Canadian, so that that opened some grounds for like bonding and whatnot. However, I kind of unleashed my bad French. We passed by. I think it was like we passed by like a French restaurant in town or something, and I forget exactly what the context was or what elicited this out of me, but I said, and I quote, "Je suis fromage, et mon frère il est un poisson." So, and he looked really confused, mildly amused though, and my friend, she was like, "What did he say?" And then the boyfriend said, he said, "I am cheese, and my brother, he is a fish." It always helps having a rather demented sense of humor, which I carry in spades. Alright. I can never for the life of me remember the combination. More than... So long, gay Bowser, yes. However, we have not fought Bowser yet. But kind of back on the Mario Odyssey thing, one of the reasons I like this kind of game so much is, again, I was kind of talking about it earlier, but I just find it so much fun to kind of just mess around in these kinds of games. Whatnot. And even with like some of the more open world games or whatnot, I've always been, like, with, like, Skyrim and whatnot, I've always felt more compelled to kind of just go about the quest and just stick to the objectives, rather than in these kind of games, which, yeah, aren't anywhere near to the same size or scale or whatnot, and for likes and purposes probably shouldn't be. I just find just messing around with them so much fun. Hell, like, oh my god, like, even though this isn't a platformer, playing, or like, just goofing off and messing around in Simpsons Hit and Run is, like, especially when you got the cheat codes on, is hilarious. Yeah. However, when it comes to open world games or whatnot with dicking around, probably the one game where I've really just spent a lot of time just messing around, doing just random stuff that's not required or whatnot, was probably Breath of the Wild. I really ended up loving that game. Easily my favorite Zelda game. Before it was Wind Waker, now Wind Waker is a close second. It was really good. I didn't buy it at launch, because, again, I'm kind of on and off with the Zelda games. There are games I like in the series, games I don't. And with that, yeah, so I didn't know how I'd feel about this game, especially if I was going to pay especially if I was going to, spend $60 on it, and with that, yeah, so, and that and my little brother, he is a big Zelda fan, so I knew, if anything, he was going to get it. So my plan with that game was, okay, wait until, just get the Switch, get Fast RMX, and seriously, if you are getting a Switch, or if you have one, get Fast RMX. It's fantastic. But yeah, so I'll get Fast RMX, I'll get some of these other miscellaneous games that aren't that expensive, and I'll play Breath of the Wild when I get the chance or whatnot, because I'll inevitably have the chance. I ended up not waiting until I went home to try it with my brother, because Carl got his copy at launch. However, bizarrely enough, despite the fact that my little brother got it at launch, he didn't get the poster. I have the poster. I have the Zelda Breath of the Wild poster, and that was given out in limited quantities at launch, and I with the Switch, and it's hanging up in my basement, along with inordinate Star Wars posters surrounding it, because I like Star Wars. I like Star Wars a lot. Okay. So, time to get that star. But yeah, so, at one point, Carl brought it over, and I just could not put the controller down. Like, eventually, like, 3 hours passed, and it felt like minutes. Like, that is the kind of game you will, like, well, basically, to put it simply, with, like, Zelda games or whatnot, whether I like them or not, they always end up being year-long projects for me. With games of that length, whether like 40 to 60 hours long, sometimes even 80, yeah, it's going to take me a while. I'm slow with those kinds of games. I pace them out very, very far apart in play sessions, because I'm going to want to play them for more substantial periods of time if I play them. But with Breath of the Wild, I beat it in like a week because I could not put the controller down, or the system rather. And of course, yeah, the inclusion of being able to take it on the go, that definitely helped. Okay, I just need to get this wall jump right, and not glitch out on the edge like that. Perfect. Alrighty. Wait a minute, have we done Mario Wings to the Sky yet? I don't think so. Alrighty. Okay, come on now. No, not ground pound. This part always drove me crazy. Okay. Good. No, bad. Oh, no. Haha! Here we go. Why, yes. Alright. That could open the door with the big star. Aha. Okay. Yeah, we haven't done that. We haven't done the star in the little jet stream because I need the thing. So, yeah, I think for all of the rest of the stars, aside from, of course, the 100 coins and Mario Wings to the Sky, I need to unlock some of the other caps. So, yeah, I guess I'll do Mario Wings to the Sky now that I have the ability to do it. We'll fight Bowser, then we'll move on to the next area. I did not need to do that early, but I don't care. I like flying. Flying's fun. I like flying a lot. Alright, come on now. Get in there. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-boop. Whew. Does any... It's going to sound pretty bizarre, but... You guys want to know what my introduction to Mario was? My first exposure, rather? Remember that weird Got Milk commercial? That played in like the late 90s and very, very early 2000s, where... Yeah, no, there was like a Got Milk commercial where these two kids were playing Super Mario 64, and they kept... and Mario wasn't jumping high, he was just constantly bashing his face into bricks. And then they get fed up, and then they go away, and then he just jumps out of the TV, rides a skateboard, and he's like really tiny when he's out in the real world and whatnot, and then he raids their refrigerator, drinks all of their milk, grows giant, and goes back to the TV, and he's Mega Mario before New Super Mario Bros. Even came out. Yeah, no, that was the first time I had seen Mario. That has always stuck with me for some really weird reason. Maybe in addition to the, like, TV shows, of video games, maybe I should just do a thing on, like, video game commercials. And why am I going back in here? I don't need to come back in here. Alright, hang on a second, I'll be, right back. I'm just going to get some more water, among other things. I'll be only gone for a minute. Mario stares into your soul! Alright, and I'm back, and I have more people watching me while I was away than when I was last here. Funny how that works. Alright. So I guess it is now time to say so long, Gay Bowser. Oop! Alrighty. I find it hilarious when Nintendo fanboys try to... Oh! Play this game better than I do. No, I find it funny when I hear like Nintendo fanboys like scream about how Crisis City and Sonic 06 ripped off this song, when there's evidence towards that is a really common and standard used chord progression that this game did not invent. Note to self, don't go for 2 at once. I cannot do it in this state. 3 watchers. Now it went down as soon as he started doing stuff. It was 3 when I left. It was 5 when I got back. Then as soon as I started doing things, yeah, it went down again. That's really bizarre. I guess people are really into just staring into Mario's eyes. Alright, come on. Ooh. Yes. Alright. Where are your bananas? You can find them at the market. I am so glad I didn't die there! Okay. Whew. I guess one thing that could spice things up is college stories. Because, okay, for most of my K through 12 schooling, like a lot of my yeah, so a lot of my, all of my middle school and high school was done in a town that was well-renowned for its education system and whatnot. One of the best in the state, but it was the reason why my parents decided to move when I was younger, was so I could get a better education, because they were not agreeing with the school that I was going to for like up until like 3rd grade. So we moved when I went to 4th grade. But because it was a school with a better education system and whatnot, predictably enough, it was also with a bunch of it was in a it was in basically a stereotypical rich white town. We still live in like the one small house on the block. It's actually kind of amusing. And like, despite not being like we're comfortable, we're not that rich, basically. And of course, when we moved, again, this was like in like 2004. That's when my parents they had to start working more often. My mother had to get another job and whatnot. So there were sacrifices that need to be made. And while, yeah, I definitely had good teachers and whatnot, the students were about as bland as you could expect. They tried not to be, but but they were still very bland. It wasn't very diverse. However, college is different. And so is death, by the way, but, I know this because of reasons. However, I've had it really bizarre with my college courses. Basically, there's something about my luck where regardless of what I have, I end up having the weirdest classmates. And like a bunch of my friends or whatnot who have attended classes with me have noticed. Like, it's not just when I have stories to tell about them, but when they're in classes with me, that's the class where they have the weird classmates. So initially, to save money, I went to community college, and that's probably where I have most of the craziest stories. I'll probably start with like one of the more tamer ones. So I took this philosophy class, and there was this one guy. He was kind of a meathead and whatnot, kind of like yeah, he was kind of a meathead or whatnot. And again, with the town I was from, I was kind of used to those people or whatnot. However, he had a bizarre fascination with dolphins. Like, it was to the point where it was kind of creepy. He tied everything into his love of dolphins. And he would start off with one thing, and he would somehow tie it all the way back into dolphins. And he would start up class when he would raise his hands and comment on what the professor had to say. A lot of the time it wasn't even related. But it was the funniest. But again, a lot of it wasn't related. It was related to dolphins. It wasn't related to what he was talking about a lot of the time. And yeah, it was just bizarre. Like, the professor would be talking about the allegory of the sun, and then this guy would be like, "You do know when you die, you're trapped in your own psyche for 10 minutes before nothing happens." And then the professor is like, "Yeah, I had this interesting experience where I was at a doctor's and they were putting me under, and I accidentally inhaled too much, and I was basically in those 10 minutes." And whatnot. The professor started going on about that. And then, he would, tie it with something, and then the student would be, he tied it back into a dolphin. I heard it happen to a dolphin once. I was like, I'm sure you did. However, the best of the stories of when I was at community college was with Patrick. Oh my god. Do I need to share with you the tale of the Patrick? So this was in ancient civilization quarters. And what ended up happening was one of the classmates that we had was just insane. There was no other way to put it. He was off his rocker. So, he started up, and it didn't, one thing that helped or didn't help was, for that class, we had a really sassy professor. And I missed, terribly. But yeah, we had a really, really sassy professor. It was great. Basically, whenever a student would say something stupid, whether they realized it was stupid or not, he would dive into detail, dissecting every sentence, every last word, and would articulate just the different layers and levels of which it is stupid. Just all the different possible ways it could be stupid and was stupid. It was... You can imagine I didn't talk much in that class. Okay. And... However, Patrick loved talking in class. It was his favorite thing to do. Sometimes he would start up one time he comes into class early for once. And comes into class early for once. And he tells the professor, I have an announcement to make. I have a public service announcement. No, he didn't just have an announcement, he had a public service announcement. And the professor was like, does everyone need to hear this? Because if so, not everyone's here. They might want to hear, if you want more people to hear this, it'd probably be better to wait. And then Patrick didn't care about that statement because he started anyway. He slams his hands down on the desk in front of them and he starts shouting, I have become a man! And the professor looks incredibly amused by this. How? How have you become a man, Patrick? Patrick slams his hands down on the table again. I drank a shit ton of beer last night and it didn't taste like piss! Probably didn't articulate that well, but yeah, he quote-unquote didn't drink a lot of beer last night. Well, he quote-unquote, he drunk a lot of beer last night and it didn't taste like piss. And yeah, that was his public service announcement. However, there's one point where we were also discussing how to teach creativity. Primarily given U.S. culture or whatnot being more like being like some of the more media driven. And that's something apparently, according to the professor, other countries and cultures have been asking or whatnot. So yeah, the topic of the discussion was how to teach creativity. And then a lot of the students were saying, well, it's something that you really cultivate as children. And whatnot. It starts as a child, and it depends from there whether it's repressed or fizzles out from there, or you cultivate it and you explore it as you grow up. And like, okay, these are all reasonable answers. Then it comes Patrick's turn to speak. His suggestion is to give the children LSD. Not making a word of that up. And he was serious, too. Like, he legit believed that would help. I mean, that might bolster their creativity. I don't know. I've never done LSD. Have no interest in doing it. Mario is standing on the railing. He doesn't need gravity. He only needs one knee glitching into the paper. I mean, if your leg was stuck in there. But yeah, however, the best was when it came time for Patrick to do the midterm. That's where the adventures begin. So... okay. This is one of my favorite stories to tell people. I just find this hilarious. So yeah, we had a midterm. It was in a blue book format. So we got handed those blue books. For those of you who don't know what blue books are, I'm assuming most of you do. Shit. Okay. So yeah, blue books are basically these little tiny notebooks, usually used for open-ended short answer question tests. So, with that, we all take our blue books, we take the little packet that has the questions on it, and we just do, we just We do our test like people, not dinosaurs or swimming beasts. But Patrick comes in 30 minutes into the test, and he slams the door open. The entire class is just staring at him. And the professor is just like, now if you would take a seat, Patrick, we may begin. And okay, sorry about that. So with that, yeah, he takes the blue book, he sits back down, and he just does his test. However, that didn't last long. He finishes it rather quickly, and he leaves. The next class time, the next class period, he asks the professor, okay, I'll wait for 8 coins. Oh, right, I'm in the wrong area. It's been a while since I've done this level. Typically, I kind of skip the last part of it. And while I'm not doing well, so I might as well pick up some more coins on the way. The chat is lovely. So, yeah. With that, he ignores us. Well, there's only one person really saying anything, so yeah, there's not much to say. Okay. So yeah. So the next day, he asks if he can retake the test. The professor is like, "No, why do you want to?" And then Patrick says, "I was unconscious while taking the test." And the class, of course, laughs their ass off. And then later in the class, after the course goes on, he says, "Nope, I've changed my mind. I feel good about the test now. I feel good about the test now because I remembered I paid my credit. I got a call from my... Well, apparently in his state, apparently in his quote-unquote unconscious state, he called his credit card company and he received compensation for something. And so, yeah, there was that. It appears there aren't any more red coins over here. So, okay, then this is where things get good. The professor starts handing back the tests. The professor starts handing back the tests and everything, and it's time for Patrick to get his copy of... It's time for him to get his blue book. And then the professor says, "Sorry, Patrick, I didn't grade your test." "What? Why not? All you wrote about was burgers." And Patrick's like, "What?" And then Patrick takes back the blue book, and he starts reading the test answers out loud for the class. And oh my god, was it unbelievable. Describe the difference between ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian society. After a long, hard day of work, the ancient Egyptians would have juicy beef cheeseburgers with lettuce and tomato, because you can't have a cheeseburger without lettuce and tomato. Like, it was even hard to hear some of the answers that he was giving because the entire class was laughing so hard. describe hunter-gatherer society. The hunters would go out and have a long day at the hunt, while smarter people stayed home and watched Netflix. Those were legit his answers. Alrighty. Okay, come on. Alright. Okay, so that's not going to be the way. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember if I remember correctly, the DS version had an easier way to get up there than having to take the elevator platform all the way around to get to that pole. And I keep falling off it anyway. Screw it. I'll come back to this one. Oh wait, I don't think I did the secret star in the water area. But no, I don't think I have seen before or afterwards seen a classroom that filled with laughter. People were tearing up. Yeah. I've always loved this underwater music, too. I don't know if I'd quite put it up there with the Great Bath from Turrican 2, but it's in my top 10 favorite water themes, at least. Maybe I'll do a remix or a cover of this song sometime. That'd be nice. Of course, I'd need time to do that. Let's see. I'd be more talkative, but there's not much interesting happening in the chat right now. I got a lot of response from the... oh, there's something. Okay, awesome. Something that other than, is your IQ 77? Or a bit less? Drama! Bye, amigo. Patrick, and you are Bob? Bob Numbnuts? Because... how am I supposed to work off of something stupid like that? Okay. But yeah, okay, back to actually things that are interesting. How did you get the game to be 16 by 9? Okay, so this is not running in an N64 emulator or anything. This is running in a GameCube emulator. This is the Wii Virtual Console version, actually. This is running in... So... with a Dolphin, one of the features that you could have, let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, where's the little... okay. Yeah, you can see this? Good. Okay. There's something called a widescreen hack. And you can force 16 by 9. Booba-dooba-doo. Yes, Mario, you are the tired. And I accidentally minimized my window. Okay, so what to next? Maybe I could get the invisible cap. Yeah, let's do that. Alrighty. Actually, yeah, it'd be easier to go the other way. Alrighty. I wonder when Stupid's coming back. I didn't realize it was Dolphin. In that case, I already knew. My mind just blanked on the fact that you could emulate it in Dolphin. Yeah. I mean, it's an N64 game. There isn't much of a inherent expectation for it. kind of why I'm doing it. It's because it's something that isn't seen as often. For the most part, it actually works pretty damn well. It's just some of the draw distance on some of the objects is kind of weird. But yeah, no, this is stuff I can work off of and have a conversation about, instead of, like, some of the shit preceding it. He's ignoring us. Maybe I wouldn't ignore you if you had something constructive to say instead of drama. I wish there was a way to convert N64 save files to Wii Virtual Console save files. I'm currently doing a series on my channel, and I would love to have it be 16:9, but I can't convert the save file. Yeah, that's... Granted, I'm not as familiar with the process, but there is the whole concept of around injected wads. Maybe that opens the way to some of it, but I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. Fine, we'll do this again. And this time I'll pay more attention instead of half trying to pay attention to this, half trying to tell the crazy story about the burgers. And also having to tell, and also trying to pay attention to the chat when there's not really much of interest being said. At that point in time, now there's actual stuff. Speaking past tense. Yes. Okay. Alright, now there's 5 people watching. Excellent. Okay, there's 1. Excellent. 2. Excellent. Shit! Alrighty, yes. I feel you sometimes when I run out of things to say. It's weird because in order to become a popular streamer, you have to have things to talk about. Yeah. No, especially when I've been going on for like 2 hours at this point. Yeah, but usually in order to have stuff to... Yeah, it is kind of a catch-22 in that respect. Yeah. Alrighty. Yes. And I think it also doesn't help too much given the comparatively slow-paced nature of this game. At points, I feel, especially in this area, it kind of slows down a bit. And while that opens the door more for conversation to be had, instead of constantly having to be paying attention to everything, also creates more periods of awkward silence because there's not as much to react to, even though there may be more things to interact with. Oh boy. Alright. Okay, I have no idea how to respond to that last one. Okay. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-boop! Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Haha! I've cheated the system. For people like me, I either don't have stories to tell or they're super personal. I wouldn't tell them to the internet. Yeah, I feel that. I totally feel that. Like, it really depends on the person's lives. Like, sometimes the really bizarre and, like otherwise would-be personal stories, like, sometimes those can be really, really funny. and those can make for some really good material. Like like when I'm watching Joel's streams from Vinesauce, like part of the there we go. Part of one of the main things I look forward to is when he has those really bizarre childhood stories. Those are my favorites. Joel, get your ass back to bed, Joel. Who the fuck's he could stay up all late? Yeah, no, but yeah, I have some really, really bizarre life stories as well, but they can get rather uncomfortable. And especially when I'm playing a game as lighthearted as Mario 64, yeah, that might not, this especially might not be the place for them. If I actually feel like disclosing them. Alright. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-boop. Alright, more people are coming back. Awesome. Metalhead Mario can move. I can't do that yet. Oh, wait! Fuck. Oh. Alrighty. Jump! Alrighty. It's just a matter of where the little secret area to where the green switch is. Time to look for that. Do you have a preferred sandwich to have on a nice afternoon? Not particularly. I mean, I like sandwiches. But I don't necessarily have a preferred kind of sandwich. As far as, like, what I consume, I'm a pretty plain eater. Oh, right! Right, thank you. Thank you, I'm in the wrong spot entirely. Am I? Yeah, I think I am. So, yeah. Okay, pick up those coins, and I'll probably just get out. Because, yeah, I didn't necessarily have this game as a kid, per se. It was more something I found as I was, basically, I found it in my I played this game first in my, like, I'd say preteen or early teenage years. Because that's where I'd put it. But yeah, no, back to the sandwich thing, because there actually is kind of a topic that I could kind of go off on a limb of. Okay, come on. Come on. Jump! Like, if he has this one and only sandwich that satisfies him, well, my sandwich consumption is limited because my food consumption is very particular. I have very bizarre taste buds, and it's very easy to overstimulate them. It's really weird. So yeah, it's like, I'm like a picky eater, but not by choice. It's really, really bizarre, because it's like, I like to give myself, new, I like trying new stuff, like, all the time, and, like, I like trying new food, it's just I don't always like new food. I mean, I guess that's common, but I guess for me it's just kind of more of a consideration than it would be for others. I remember this one time, this is like when I was like a little kid. I was like maybe 5. I think I was 5. I was in the family room of our old house, and I was just watching Pinocchio on VHS. Oh, yeah, Disney, whatnot. And I'm just sitting there enjoying myself and whatnot. My mom comes out of nowhere, starts shoving Brussels sprouts down my throat. And it got to a point where it started, like, causing, like, a gag reflex. I don't think that helped. I really don't think that helped. So I think that only made me more of a... I think that only made me want to stay away from certain foods. But, you know, I've established in prior streams, I have said on prior streams that my mother is crazy. But, yeah, no, that's the kind of expected behavior from her. She is... My mother is a very, very bizarre woman. Hey, Factor 5, remember if you've never said your name, or did you stop development on Return of Spooky or Jack Razor? I've been keeping up with what's been going on with that for a while. Return of Spooky has been put on hold until I finish Jack Razor, and Jack Razor has gone through development hell, basically. I kind of talked about this earlier in the stream, but to keep it brief, yeah, to keep it brief, the engine I was building it on, Jack Razor, the kind of game it was. The engine wasn't really built for handling what I was doing with it. Like, Game Maker, especially Game Maker 8, was really just meant for, like, okay, your resolution is, like, 640 by 480 or 800 by 600, something small. And you have, like, these low-res sprites, not a whole lot of animation going on. And you're using keyboard controls. And, 30 frames per second, and yada, yada, yada. And with that, what this game that I've been making, what it did with that engine, it was running the target was 720p, 60 frames per second, even on low-end PCs. Like, this was designed from the ground up to be as potato-friendly as possible. And with a lot of animation, huge, gigantic levels, and not just, like, controller support, but, yeah, controller support for PS3, Xbox 360 controllers, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and even GameCube. And, yeah, I got GameCube controllers running on this thing. So... And, like, I started doing, like, all these things that were, like, unthinkable for the engine. Like, it was not at all meant for what I was doing with it, and yet, I made it work. The problem was, it just became harder and harder to add stuff, and it didn't help that, again, I started this game when I was in high school. When I was late into high school, and I made some really profoundly stupid decisions early on that catastrophically impacted the game's development. So, with that into consideration, I ported the game to a newer version of the engine. And because it just became too taxing to, like, work on trying to get these things to run in the engine without destroying everything. So, and it was hard to port it over, but I ended up getting it running. And now I have all the levels in the game, all there. Everything's running very smoothly. However, some of the code got lost in translation. I have to redo the controller support. I have to redo some of the things. However, a lot of those things, the newer version with Game Maker Studio and whatnot, it's more built to handle that sort of thing. So it should be easier to do. And at this point, I'm just polishing things up and adding features. I hope to have the game done very, very soon. Progress has been able to speed up on it considerably now that I've moved engines across. Another part of the reason why it took so long to do Jack Razor was the kind of level design I was doing with the level editor. So once again, larger than average resolution with the engine, and you could kind of one of the reasons why you could kind of tell that what I was doing with the engine wasn't really taking into consideration what the engine was built to handle was the level editor didn't allow you to zoom out. So when I was in the level editor, I could only see like 1/4 of an in-game screen, and the levels were big. Very big. Again, this game was very much inspired by Turrican in that regard. So yeah. So level design took a long time, artificially so. So yeah, and now it's ridiculously quick. Like, I ended up being able to get done, for instance, what would normally take like a week of development to do, I did in like an hour just through that alone. So yeah, like, how hard or whatnot a game is to make, for one, it's dependent on if this game is any indication that I've been building, it's not just any it's not just a matter of what tools you use, because if anything, Game Maker is one of the easiest damn things you could use to make, but it's also a matter of what you're doing with it, and I gravely overestimated what Game Maker 8 could do without tearing itself apart, basically. But yeah, no, I'm intending on uploading gameplay footage and even a demo. I'll have that sent out when I have more things. I at least have the first world a bit more polished, and I have some of the things in a more final state. But yeah, the reason why I haven't been making as many videos lately, it's because I want to focus on getting that game done. And there's also been the matter of like family issues and like college life and whatnot, and burgers. Alright, so I've never seen your channel at all. What kind of content do you bring to this channel and these live streams? Basically, I usually do like analytical reviews, and I usually do like longer, more in-depth analyses. I'm thinking about like moving away from that a little bit and doing like more like editorial like video essays and shit. I do like video game music remixes. Wait, did I die or? I guess I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing because I completely lost track of what I was doing. Funny. I thought I got that star. Let's see. Maybe I got a different one. Yeah, I got a different one. Because, yeah, there are 2 ones I think you could get in the maze. See, I kind of just do a bunch of stuff. I really just whatever I feel like. It's just been a matter of how much time I have. Okay. Oop. I don't know what it is, but the levels in the basement I've always found to be my least favorite part of the game, and it's not even because I dislike these levels. They're very well constructed. I really like these levels. It's just, yeah. Like, I don't know, I guess it's in part, like, just environmental. Like, I've never been fond of cave environments unless they're, like, really imaginative. Like, the Cave of Bad Dreams in Rayman 2, excuse me. Shit, I missed those blue coins. Those would have probably helped replenish my health a lot faster. Alrighty. Okay, ooh, God. Okay, come on, get out of the hole. Get out of the hole. I hope to go. Oh, thank God. Okay, yeah, I think this is probably it. If this leads me back to the same star, I'm not going to be too happy. Oh, this is different. Yay. Aha! But yeah, I'm not completely... I don't have this game memorized 100%, and I think you guys could probably tell. Because, yeah, no, one of the things I like about these games, these kinds of games in general, is that you don't have to do 100% everything. It's just that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. Okay. Okay. Awesome. But yeah, I'll probably post concept art of Pac-Man World Return of Spooky along with the Space World music and whatnot, because, yeah, evidently people are getting antsy about that, and I totally understand why. Alright, I think level 7 is Lethal Lava Land. So let's do that. If it turns out not to be, then it's not the end of the world. Yep, I was right. Awesome. Okay. I guess one thing I could talk about is the DS version. Because, yeah, one thing is, when I was a kid, I always wanted a Nintendo 64. Even after it was, like, passé and, like, outdated. Oh, shit. So, yeah. Even after it was passé and whatnot, I wanted an N64 really badly. And, I actually did not know Mario 64 existed when I was a kid. I knew Mario Kart 64 existed, I knew Donkey Kong 64 existed, but I oddly enough didn't know about Mario 64 until, well, the internet. I started getting more access to it. I did not have internet access as a kid. Not consistently, anyway. And the more I looked at this game, the more I, like looked at it in awe. Like, I really, really wanted to play this game. And part of the reason why I didn't have a lot of internet access was because I wasn't really allowed on the computer at that time. I didn't have my own computer until high school, actually. And even then, I actually started doing videos before that because I was sneaky. This is not the big boy, but the big boy will come. But yeah, so then when I learned that Mario 64 was on the DS, I was like, oh my god, yes, I can play this without getting an N64 or whatnot. And then when I did, I was kind of like, what? I'm playing as Yoshi? What? What? I can't play as Mario? Then why call it Mario 64? Initially, I was really baffled by it. But then later, as I played it more, I was like, oh, this is like an expansion or whatnot. This is cool or whatnot. And I have a lot of fondness for Mario 64 DS, but upon retrospect, yeah, I do also have problems with it as well. Primarily how they handled the different characters and whatnot. I found that very monotonous. I mean, granted, I love that they added new levels that you would find in order to get the characters. I loved that. But what I didn't like was the characters' moves are basically like what the level design is built around and whatnot. Like, the only reasons you really need to switch between characters in that version is stuff Mario could do from the beginning. It's like stuff that, like, you need to switch into Luigi in order to use the invisibility cap or whatnot. Like, they, instead of adding moves to the different characters and building more levels and whatnot, which, I mean, they were already doing, they were adding new objectives, they were adding this other stuff. So, I mean, from a development standpoint, I get it. I just feel it's weaker in that respect. And I mean, they add some new abilities like Yoshi being able to breathe fire and whatnot. However, really, the only character that you really should have as default the entire time is Yoshi. Because, yeah, there's the cap system and whatnot, where you pick up someone else's cap and you get their powers and take on their appearance, but you don't sound like them. You still sound like the character you're playing as initially. However, with that... Okay, yeah, I can do this. But there's no Yoshi cap or anything. There's no way for the others to get Yoshi's abilities, and meanwhile Yoshi could get all their abilities, so it's kind of Super Yoshi 64 DS. Granted, that's a lot of my DS memories. I do like Mario 64 DS, but I definitely prefer this overall, even if the DS version did improve the camera and made some tasks easier to deal with. Red hot log rolling. Okay, let's do this. But no, it was amusing because when I actually got the Nintendo 64, It was actually, I think it was, yeah, it was the first console that I bought with my own money. And I got through the mail through Amazon and whatnot. And I was so excited about getting it. But then I kind of felt underwhelmed after a little bit. Like, it was better in my imagination rather than in what it was. It was one of those scenarios. I like the Nintendo 64. It has some of my favorite games on it, like this and Star Wars Rogue Squadron. But yeah, like if we're going to kind of tie it into the whole like what was consoles that were around at the time, I ended up preferring the PlayStation 1 by a considerable margin. I really like the PS1. I kind of like all of the PlayStations pretty consistently. At this point, the only thing that's kind of an exception is the PS4. I'm kind of waiting for more out of it. Like, my brother has one right upstairs. It is literally right above me. But I just don't really use it because I don't really feel that compelled to a lot of the time. He lets me. I just don't really do it. Alrighty. Oh. Which one is this? Hot foot into the volcano. Alright. I know there are two levels in the volcano. I just don't remember which one is which. Oh god. Oh god, oh god. Oh my... Okay. Coins. Coins give you life. Money is everything. I mean, like, that stupid, game theory Mario's a communist thing? No, clearly he's a capitalist. Like, look, he gets money and that's his life. Like, that money gives him life. That's about... I don't know where I was going with that. If anything, that sounded about as stupid as the Mario's a communist thing. Okay. Okay. Come on now. Whoop. 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 All right, awesome. But yeah, no, it's kind of surreal being with Mario Odyssey coming out, being excited for a Mario game again, because I think the last time I was actually excited for a Mario game to come out was Mario Galaxy 2, and oh boy. A lot of people love that game. I don't. I really don't. If you like it, that's fine. I just can't stand it. I think that was like one of the biggest disappointments. Yeah, excuse me. One of the biggest disappointments I've had. Not because it was different from what I was expecting. No, the thing was, it was too much like it. It was too much. It was too safe. It was too familiar. Okay, one reason why I asked about Return of Spooky was because I thought of some ideas for a Pac roll game about a month ago and I wanted someone to use them. Oh shit. Why did I do that? Grab the... You blew it, Mario. I'm sorry. Okay, so you're 10 to 20 minutes behind? Still like to hear your ideas, and I guess I'll be hearing them around 8:17 to 8:27. But yeah, I love the first Mario Galaxy. But Mario Galaxy 2 made me never want to... excuse me. I never want to have a Mario Galaxy 3. If they make one, I won't buy it. Chances are one of my friends will buy it. And then I'll play it at their house and see if it's as bland, sterile, forgettable as the last one. But yeah, that's why, like, during the Switch stream and whatnot, when people in the chat were starting to shout, it's Mario Galaxy 3, Mario Galaxy 3, I was really worried. Because, yeah, if you want to know kind of my reasoning, to kind of put it briefly, games kind of are designed to start and end at different games need to start at the right place and end at the right place. Mario Galaxy did that. It didn't need to be continued in the exact same way. Mario Galaxy 2 is more of an expansion pack than a sequel, and that's fine if there's that much more to get out of the formula and whatnot. But when they played it that closely and identically, and it's not even that it's like one of those games where I play it for like an hour, and then I forget everything that I like, and then I'm like, and then as soon as I turn the game off, I forget everything. Like, I do not remember any of the levels that I did. I mean, that's kind of an exaggeration. I remember a couple of the levels. But for the most part, I find that game so forgettable, so much of a drag, so boring. Again, you guys are all open to disagree. Shit, that wasn't a good idea. Because, yeah, I'm definitely not... For those... Because it does appear that we have some newcomers who haven't seen me before. I'm not one of those guys who's just kind of like... yeah, for the lulz, I'm gonna say things people don't like to piss them off. Or whatnot. Yes, your tears give me fuel. I don't say differing. I don't say where my perspective differs for that reason. And oh my god, I'm dead. So yeah, when I say if you disagree, fine. I'd like to hear your thoughts or what. I genuinely do believe that I'm more than fine with people disagreeing with me and having their own takes on things. In fact, I openly encourage it. If anything, I like getting discussion going. I like hearing different perspectives. I like bouncing different ideas and perspectives off of each other. So that's kind of why I kind of offer my perspectives typically when I come from a different perspective as a means of kind of shaking it up a little. So did you ever get that Switch? Yes, I did. Yes, I did get the Switch, and I'm loving it. I am loving the Switch so far. I could use a little more games, but the games that I have for it, I have been playing the shit out of. Okay. Okay, come on. Alright. Oh, wait. I'm not trying to get into the pyramid. I'm trying to get the star from the Towns of the Bird. That's right. Breath of the Wild is a masterclass in open world design. I agree. There's a game where I cannot provide a differing perspective to the norm because I completely agree with it. The game is fantastic. Loved every minute of it. Okay. But yeah, no, I don't think I ever really finished the story of playing Breath of the Wild. I did establish that I didn't get it at launch. I first played it when Carl brought it to my place, and then we played it for hours and it felt like minutes. I did talk about that. But then, basically, I went home, I played it even further with my brother's copy. And then first thing I did when I got the money was I got that game. And then I think that and Fast RMX were, like, the only things I played for, like, weeks. I also had a lot of fun with Snake Pass. I know that had a bit of a mixed reaction from some people, but I really liked it. And my god, the portability on the Switch, like, it is such a godsend. Because whenever there's, like, a moment where I'm just kind of sitting there and nothing's happening, it is the perfect thing to take out. It is, like, you go to a food hall or a cafeteria or whatnot, and you have to, like, just, like, stand there for, like, 20 minutes waiting for your food, and you can't really leave, otherwise you'll miss your food. Or they'll throw away your order or whatnot. Because, yeah, that's how my college operated. At least the food hall on the campus I was in. And yeah, so before I would just sit there, bored out of my mind. Sometimes I'd take out my phone, but only that would do so much. However, and fucking hell. However, with the Switch, I basically just would take it out. After I got the Switch, I'd just take it out, and I did basically the same thing standing in the line, waiting in the food hall, as I would have done if I was sitting on, like, the couch back in my room. As for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I don't have it yet. In part because I'm kind of a little short on money at the moment. That, and I also have Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U. I do want Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but I'm kind of waiting for when I have a bit more to spend. And I also have... Shit. Okay. This is lower than desirable altitude, but we'll make it. Huzzah! I did not jinx that. Awesome. Apparently, Shenanigans is already working on another Switch exclusive. I'm really curious about whatever that is. If it turns out Nintendo commissioned them to do F-Zero, that'd be awesome. If it turned out to be something else, I'm all for that. Because I like following that studio and seeing what they do. Inside the Ancient Pier. I think I remember this one. Or which one this is, rather. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do a Switch stream at the moment, because I don't have, nor can I really afford, HDMI capture device. The only capture device I have for anything that isn't directly from my computer is composite, which works for. I mean, a lot of what I review is like GameCube, Dreamcast, Amiga, and whatnot. So it works there. It's just not here. Even with the Wii U, I was able to get by on composite because it had the same cable as the original Wii. Alrighty. Awesome. Yeah, I'll see how many stars I can get on this level. Yeah, maybe I'll like do the rest of the ones on this floor, or as many as I end up feeling like, and then I'll stop and I'll continue some other time. Because I'm starting to run out of mileage a little bit. I mean, I've been going for 3 hours. We have 50 friggin' stars. But hey, if like more people join and there's more discussion and whatnot, then sure. But something I am realizing more and more is there are some streams where having one person helps, but then there are other streams where you really do need a second person. And I feel like this is one of those where I should have done it with a second person. Oop. Oop. Well, being crushed is better than falling off. Here we go. Yes. Alrighty. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to get more water. Okay. Here's the one where that I thought I was going to have to do from the beginning. Mistook this for the first one. Okay. Come on. Get on top of there. You gotta triple jump just right. Alright. So, all 3 people watching right now, well, I guess this won't apply to everyone. Yeah, I think it was, I forget which stream I talked about, my thoughts on Force Awakens on. I think it was the GameCube, first GameCube stream. I was kind of underwhelmed by it. I ended up really liking Rogue One. I wouldn't say it's top tier Star Wars. It's not A New Hope or Empire Strikes Back, but I'd happily put it in the middle. Because, yeah, I kind of have tiers with Star Wars. It's kind of bizarre. I like, oh, shit. Thank God. Being crushed is better than dying. Okay. Unless they're one and the same. Okay. Alright. Good. Ooh! Oh no! Pushing it pretty damn close! Okay. Give me life. Okay. Back to the green. That's good. Alrighty. But yeah, top tier I would rank A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. Middle tier I would say Rogue One, Return of the Jedi, and Revenge of the Sith. And I friggin' did it again. Great. Bottom tier would be Phantom Menace, though it's probably the closest to middle tier for me. Attack of the Clones and Rogue One. No, not Rogue One. Force Awakens. Rogue One is middle tier. So yeah, to clarify, top tier, Empire and New Hope. Middle tier, Rogue One, Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith. Bottom tier, Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and The Force Awakens. Okay. Yeah, I think it was this one that I need to get to. Emoji movie. 10 out of 10, the best movie of 2017. Oh god, why does that movie even exist? I will say, though, that at least so far, I have found at bare minimum at least a few things to enjoy out of each Star Wars film. But yeah, it's dependent on whether or not that'll last. How good 8, 9, and the other anthology films are. Okay. I'm just imagining the metal hand from the metal hand boss from Turrican coming in here. Fuck! I was distracted. Now seems like a good time to get that friggin' water. Let's see if by the time I get back, the viewers' number increases or declines. And it's the same. Alright, awesome. Alrighty. Oh, it starts me off back here. Excellent. Or maybe a good silver. Okay, that's not a very good start. I guess you do have to jump on them. Okay. Oh, 6. Awesome. Got a 6th viewer. Yay. Oh, Jesus. The draw distance is kind of disorienting. Okay. Oh, boy. Come on now. No, don't fall off. Good. But no. Now, whenever I see fist bosses like this, like, all I think about is Turrican. Like, it's crazy. I think I mentioned this in another stream, but there's this one webcomic strip that I saw where Brian McGuire of Turrican is fighting the giant steel fist boss, or whatever you want to call it, and what the... Well, that happened. And it shows it like it is negated from the side, but then it shows what it's like from behind, as it, like, if the camera's behind, and it's just Rayman. Like, that's perfect. I wonder if I could actually... I wonder if I could actually find it. Hang on. Alrighty. Google Turrican Rayman. Huh. I thought it'd be easier to find than that. It's eluding me. That's the worst. Fist. Strip. Because this is going to bother me, is the problem. This is legit going to bother me for some reason if I don't find this. Looks like I'm not going to find it. Shit. Okay. Okay, fine. Turrican should have been on the 64. It almost was. That was the crazy thing. It almost was. But alas, it was not to be. Wait, was that on the whole time? Okay. Cool. Whatever. Now my windows are all getting messed up. Excellent. Wait, what? No, what the hell am I doing? Oh god. I disoriented everything. Fantastic. Fucking perfect. Okay. How's this? It's hard to tell. It seems good. Okay. But yeah, it appears that unless there's some weird homebrew thing, the only 64 Turrican will be on is the Commodore 64. I actually got one last year. I was really happy to find one. I was really happy to find one. Oop. Okay. Gotta actually pay attention. Discord server? No, I don't have one, actually. Should probably remedy that, but I've been busy on other things, so it hasn't been on my mind. But yeah, unfortunately, because my C64's NTSC, I actually find myself not able to play the Turrican games on the Commodore 64. I am able to play Katakas, though. And I do like me some Katakas. That, and I can play the Turrican games on my PAL Amiga, so I'm more than fine with that. Alrighty. Jesus. Have you ever played Quest for the Nintendo 64? Yes, once. For like 10 minutes, then I stopped. Have you ever played Yooka-Laylee? I actually talked about that pretty extensively earlier in the stream. But, yeah, because there isn't that much of an abundance of topics right now, aside from death. That is a topic. That is very much a topic. Yeah, I liked you. I don't own it. But I played it for quite a few hours, and I ended up rather liking it. It was pretty much exactly what I was expecting. Okay. Okay. Oh god, it's following me. Haha. But yeah, maybe my next review or like traditional video will be on the Commodore 64. Because I've been getting a lot of mileage out of that. Okay, come on now. Yeah, jeez, why am I doing that? Okay. Do you know what? I'm going to get a new wing cap first. Oh my god, that was close. Yeah, Never mind. But kind of on the note of bizarre college stuff, kind of returning to that theme. Oh, hang on. There's more people asking me things. Have you played Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric? Yes, I have. I actually got that game opening day, more or less on a whim. I ended up actually just playing through the game. I didn't actually end up reading any reviews or whatnot until after I finished the game, which is kind of how I prefer to do things anyway. Honestly, if you want my, like, opinions on the game, it's mediocre. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not particularly good. It's just a thing that exists. Flying into ceilings is my favorite pastime. For whatever reason, because I got it from the... What's the most stressful playthrough you've had of a game? Huh. That is a pretty good question. Let's see. Yeah, I can't say I really know. I could kind of say... I mean, it depends on what you mean by that. Because typically, if a game is, like, legit stressing me out, I don't really play it. And, in fact, games don't typically stress me out, actually. I get stressed out by a lot of things. I kind of have an anxiety disorder, as well as an apparent affinity to death. Probably the most difficult and most tense playthrough I've done of a game to the end was Rendering Ranger for the Super Famicom. Great game. Hard. So hard. Alright, made you the angriest. Arkham Asylum. Well, the games that made me angry typically was infrequent. But yeah, Rendering Ranger, very, very good game. And to be fair, like, the first few levels aren't that difficult, but, stage 7, like, basically, well, I'd say around stage 4 is when it starts to get crazy. Then stage 5, it starts getting harder and harder with each stage. Stage 7 is, like, crazy. It is gorgeous, though. My god, I love the atmosphere in that level. Oh my god, how it uses the hardware, it's fantastic. But it will beat your ass into the ground. And then after that, after you're done with that, then there's the matter of stage 8. Stage 8 of Rendering Ranger is perhaps the hardest thing I have ever completed. It is... And it's a long stage, too, and game over, awesome. Nope, no game over. Okay. So, let's try this one more time. Okay. So. Let's get this one. But yeah, now that not only is Factor 5 back, but they have the complete library rights of Rainbow Arts and whatnot, I say, like, guys, in the unlikely event that you're watching this, could we get Rendering Ranger on on Switch Virtual Console when they actually do start doing Virtual Console on that thing? If they ever do, I believe, please. Please. Oh god, that scared me for a moment. Okay. I'm not gonna let that bird steal my cap. Especially when it's of the winged variety. Yes. But as far as the, but to give some perspective on those stages in Rendering Ranger and the difficulty, and on how much I'm, like, putting emphasis and stressing on them, like, this is coming from someone who, when I first played Ikaruga, my first thoughts were, huh, you know, this isn't that hard. Yeah. Okay. Need to get the coins. Got the red coins. Good. Shit, come on. Get up there. But yeah, given the length, I probably should do, like, highlights of the, just highlight videos of the streets. No. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Quicksand is not my friend. Okay. No. Fuck you too, Quicksand. Okay. For the sake of variety, I'm not doing that one. Moving on! Oh yeah, a while ago I said I was going to do the... I guess I never did this. Huzzah! Variety attained. Camera vaguely lost. I'll have to come back for that star. Unless... yeah, I'll have to come back for that star. Or otherwise. Maybe. Well, that was great. At least I didn't lose lives that time. Okay. I think I missed that one too. Do it? No, screw it. I'm just going to go through the level as is and get the cap. I'm just gonna get the cap. Come on now. Get the flippin' pizza. hot. I would get those red coins, but I missed the other ones, so getting them is pointless. Oh shit, these are the ones that flip. Okay. Okay, good. No, Dada. Excellent. Congratulations, you won. Cheese that's you have smelled the fucking the cheese that's you have smelled the fucking the cheese that's you. Do I go back for those coins? I see no reason why not. Life is pointless without the coins! But yeah, Adrian, you brought up Jak 2 a few times, and how you feel it's the worst in the Jak trilogy. Yeah, I think each game in the trilogy is, on its own merits, a good game, but yeah, I kinda agree. I mean, I haven't... I mean, I guess I can't say that. I kind of view Jak 2 and 3 kind of on the same plane, and I haven't played enough of Jak 3 to get through it because, like I said earlier, with why I haven't played Banjo 2 yet is because I like to play the first. I like to get through the first one all the way through before moving on to the next one, and so on and so forth. The reason why I haven't played that much of Jak 3 is because I haven't gone through Jak 2, and a lot of that is due to the difficulty. And my PlayStation corrupting. It's my PlayStation 3, which is how I had Jak 2, it corrupted its hard drive, so I'm going to have to start all over. Which, of course, makes me so happy. But no, my favorite Jak game, it still and forever will be probably the first one. I like Jak 2. I like Jak 3 from what I've played of it, but the level of which I like the first one in comparison to the next two, there's such a difference there, it's crazy. Alrighty. So wait, actually, we could go back to the first. Haha! Huzzah! Variety has been attained. Like, honestly, like, people are really quick to like dismiss water levels or whatnot. I really like this level. This is I'd say it's a very good water level. The water controls, when the camera isn't at a bizarre angle and it's like this instead. I like it. You have a lot of control over your movement. There's interesting dynamics between on land, in the sea, in a little cave, and the music is dynamic and like really good. Alrighty. Alright. There's the green. There's the metal cap. Whoosh. 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 I find it surreal that slowly walking is somehow more faster than the jumping. Well, that happened. Donkey Kong Country water levels are awesome or whatnot. Yeah, no, those two. Especially with DK Country's underwater theme, that was the aquatic ambience. That was great. But yeah, this, that, so yeah, Donkey Kong Country, Super Mario 64, I'd even argue Pac-Man 2, and I would definitely include Turrican 2, that had a very good underwater level. Come on there, ugh, flippin'. That, and even when you're playing a not-so-good underwater level, underwater music usually makes up for that for me. I never really understood the aversion initially until later. Okay. It'll be a jumpy grab. There we go. Alright. Big Boo's Haunt, here we come. Alrighty. Oh, wee. It was, I think, this one? Oh, yeah, the cap is right there, so of course. What kind of water level do you like? Free swimming, ground controls, or some other kind? I'm kind of indiscriminatory as far as type goes. However, when it comes to, what I care about more is less so style and more so execution. Because on paper, I'm fine with each one of those. Well, I don't necessarily like all that much. If I'm going to have a preference or a kind of anti-preference, more of along the lines is I don't really like the continuously mashing the jump button or the up button in order to swim by. Or, like, to keep yourself up. You know, like Super Mario Brothers, Turrican 3, and that kind. You know, like, I like the underwater section in Turrican 3 well enough, primarily, like, halfway through the like, I forgot what the stage is called, but there's, like, this, like, one part in Turrican 3 where you're kind of, like, in an industrial setting that's been, like, there's all, it's wet, there's, like, all of this, like, water damage, like, rusted pipes and whatnot, and halfway, like, basically, it used to be like some, like, factory part or whatever, and basically it slowly got overtaken by, like, aquatic life and whatnot, and, like, amphibians and, like, shit. And right, need to get this rabbit. Hunting wabbits. And halfway through the level, the half of the screen floods. So you have, like, part of the level being above water and some of it being underwater, and sometimes having, like, options between what route to take. I really like that part of it, but the part where you're entirely submerged, where it's more or less along the lines of the underwater level in Turrican 2, I just don't like it as much as the underwater level in Turrican 2, because it just, I don't think it quite matches up. And I think part of that is control. It's that rare time where being, well, I guess not rare, but it's one of those times where being more console conventional actually ended up being a little bit more of a detriment. I feel, at least. So yeah, now we're back here, the level that we're all sick of. Okay. It is here where we find the death zone. Normally I would make a long jump to that red cap, but yeah, I'm too used to death in this stream, in this level, that I'm not going to risk it. Have you ever been addicted to a certain game? Oh my god, yes. A ton of them, really. As an extension to the question, what do you prefer, water levels in 3D or 2D, based on experience? Again, it depends more on the execution. I kind of like them both equally, in the sense that my problem with 2D water levels is often they rely on the whole keep mashing the jump or up button in order to be able to keep yourself elevated. That I've never really liked. Whereas with 3D ones, it's kind of more of a matter of whether or not the camera and controls are fluid enough to really handle it. Like the underwater level in Banjo-Kazooie, the what's it called? I think Clinker's Cavern or whatnot. Yeah, like that drove me nuts. Have... Oop, okay. Okay. I might be able to do this, actually. Okay, so that's should be 7. It is awesome. I know where the last one is, and it doesn't involve flying over quicksand. Hallelujah. Okay. Get me up there! You didn't get me up there. I have ceased in my easy ability to get up there. The horrors. Think of the chickens. The happy chickens. Pac-Man for sure could control horrible in 3D underwater levels. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Just as soon as the chat was starting to get sick of it, oh my god, get more space, please. Just make that jump! My god! I could do it in 5 seconds, meanwhile you're spending 30 friggin' minutes trying to make that jump. This reminds me of when I was 9 in games. Yes. Yes, it does. Pyramid puzzle, okay. Oh my god. Does this involve what I think it involves? Okay. Right. It involves making this jump again. Awesome. Fuck. Okay. Do it? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I can do this. Okay. But... okay. Perfect. Well, that helps. I can just get in here. Let's see. Oh, I think I know what this one is. It's, yeah. Oh boy. Good start. All right. Excellent start. Random idea. What if Pac-Man had a chomp button used for mechanisms and absorbing enemy projectiles, spit them out as an attack or gain a status effect? Isn't that kind of what the Ghostly Adventures games were built around? I mean, not so much the enemy projectiles part, but... yeah, that's... they were more or less in that vein. Yeah. Oh! I can do it, Mom! I can feel the music in me! Well, don't you have a lovely face? He's so happy! I wish I was that happy. Okay. So I just need to get on... basically on top of where the sand starts. Okay. Like there. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay. This is always... no! Driven me crazy because you can't see where you're landing until it's too late. It's like Indiana Jones' Last Crusade. It's a leap of faith. You must believe, boy. You must believe. Mr. Happy Roller is blocking my way. Please move, Mr. Happy Roller. You complied, but you hurt me. Unfortunately, I cannot hurt you, for you are too happy. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can do it this time. Here, there's indication. That is not a continuing theme. Fuck. Oh, you better watch yourself, Factor 5 fanatic. That's not very E for everyone. I have no idea what kind of voice I was going for with that. It sounded like a bizarre love child of Stamper and Chris O'Neill. Okay, come on. Does that answer your question? It answers my questions about life itself. Mario, is there life after death? Good answer. Okay. Fuck! Ugh, this is one of my least favorite stars in the game. God damn it. It's all... Ugh. Coming for you, Mr. Happy Man. You should learn to do the U-turn jump. I know how to do it. It's just not particularly helpful here. It's been too long since I played 64. It's been a little while since I've played it this extensively as well. So, and I got shocked. Okay, awesome. This star is the bane of my bananas. I love this level. He loves this level too. That was great! They love it. I will use you to sequence break. Shit, I can't use you to sequence break. There's gotta be some guy around here I could use to sequence break. Okay. Haha! I am the victor. Even though my name is not Victor. Nor would I want it to be. Okay. Gotta slowly make my way up to... back to the top. Alright. Then after this... by the time I do Dire Deluxe and whatnot, I'll have 60, and I think 60 is a good stopping point. And this has been going on for 4 hours by this point. Though bizarrely, the stream has gotten a lot more traction, and I feel there's a lot more energy and interest than there was. Okay. Oh boy. But it's better to leave off on a high note, because yeah, I'm definitely going to come back to this. This will be a continued thing. Oh, Mr. Feisty, are you? Okay. Well, that... Okay. I think I has idea. The keyword being think. And it won't involve repeating what I did last time, except this time I'll have health. There's a difference there. Okay, come on now. Okay. He has his game face on too. Yes. Quite marvelous. So you're telling me not like that? To that I say... Yes, like that. Okay. Fine. Okay, come on. Thank God. Friggin' got it. And thus we have attained the bananas! Come on. Work your way to... No! Oh no! Get out of there! Get out of there! Okay. I like how the people who are behind of what just happened are saying, "Oh, there you go, you did it, man! You did it! Woo!" But they have not yet seen the upcoming failure. Sooner or later, they too will see. They will also see that. Once I could not see beyond the veil of our reality, in time, you will learn fear as I have. Alright, let's get those 2 stars and defeat Bowser. Actually, let's see. Yeah, so far, outside of the 100 coins, this is pretty it. Coming soon, falling past the secret spots, whoa! Followed by hitting ceilings with your head. America's favorite pastime. Brought to you on the Extreme Network. Ah! Now imagine this, but as Kaiser Mario 64. You mean the wheelchair thing? Okay, come on. Fantastic. Precision is the middle name of not me. I've been watching too many speedrunners and other pros. Yes, and now you're watching someone who's not only playing the game while vaguely half asleep, but is also talking at the same time. So there's a little bit more of multitasking. Oh god, imagine speedrunning a game while trying to commentate. That would be interesting. Okay, come on. Oh boy. Jump on the things, yes. Is your corn the best corn? Speedrunners talk quite a bit. Oh my! Come on! Alrighty, come on! The real Kaizo Mario 64, the one that's obsessed over fire. Okay. I don't think I've actually seen the actual Kaizo Mario 64. I've seen my definition of the Mario, when I think Mario Kaizo, or Kaizo Mario, I think Super Mario World. Maybe that's because I'm old-fashioned. I'm an internet geezer. Hello, camera? Camera? Camera! Okay. Seeks. Just search up Kaizo Mario 64. I'll probably do that after I'm finished. Okay. So I've got 6. I just need 2 more. Jeez. You will regret it. Okay. Oh boy. Alright, come on. Need the one wheelchair. Alrighty, come on. Goodness. Well, that was interesting. Okay, gotta get out of there. Hit this thing. 1. Okay, good. Right, excellent. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Or maybe. Okay, so it looks like I will have to do the triple jump. Okay. Do it? Yeah, do it? Yeah, just that. Okay. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Whoop! Haha! Right. And I completely screwed that up. And meanwhile, Butterfly Person is having an aneurysm because I am not MLG Pro status. I didn't even think that was a thing for Mario 64, but I'm not surprised. Okay, come on! Maybe if I do it nice and slowish. Okay. Alrighty. This makes things interesting. Haha! 1, and a 2, and a 3. That didn't work. Alrighty. Let's do this thing. You need a few more Doritos before you can claim your MLG Pro card. I'm not interested in claiming that. 2, 3, 4. Fuck. Okay. Come on. Look at little Bowser run. Now, the first time I saw Bowser's model in this game, I legit thought it wasn't Bowser. I thought it was one of the Koopalings. He looks so chubby. You'll need save states as many as possible. Where we're going, we don't need save states. Okay, come on now. Need your tail. Need your tail! Fuck you. There we go! Better not screw this one up. 2, 3, 4. The timing will forever elude me. Okay. However, if I'm this close, hee hee. Next time you'll be in perfect condition. Oh my! Here we go, yes. Alrighty. So I guess I'll continue next time. Guess I'll continue off of Dire Docks, then I'll continue from there. But yeah, say half the game done in like 4 hours. Pretty good run. Alrighty. So I guess I'll see you all later. I'll look it up. I'll look up the Kaizo shit. So yes.